So Archibald on 61 faces. Musso has quietly gone on to 17 from some 20 deliveries. Swept that, taking on the pad, the peel goes up. Bowler seemed to have been half-hearted about his appeal, but a raucous shout from some of his teammates. Man at cover, shouting loudest. That's square cover, and he's making the most noise. Swept again, but this time to Ramraj. So Lewis, who is at cover, peeling loudest for a leg before. Rather interesting. Well, he struck him on the pad. Steps out and swings it into the onside. Back for the second run, shouts of bowler. But the batsmen are safely home for 2. Also seems to be having some issues with his pads. He has had them readjusted quite frequently. This time he just drops it into the onside and can't score, but it's very hot and humid here at Warner Park. Oh, he beats him outside the off stump. One going straight through. In fact, Ramraz misfields down at short fine leg and the batsmen were able to go through for a run. So 1 more to the score. So it seems as though we're going to have a water break, and we will take a break also. Well, we're back here at Warner Park after a drinks break. Well-deserved drinks break by the players. It's very hot out there. Listen, Maarten, 103 all out. Nevis 324 for 5. It means that they now have a lead of 221 runs already. A massive lead by the Nevis team. And Bosu is batting, he's on 17. Colin Archibald is on 64. So we'll resume. Players moving slowly back into their places. It's hot out there, and facing the daunting task. Nevis leading by 221 runs. The St. Maarten players in no hurry to get back out there. But they're urged on by the umpires. So this one is defended by Archibald, the first delivery back from the break. Archibald, who seems to be enjoying the sun, is batting without a headgear. Drives nicely up to long off for a single. No close in field zone, no slip in place. Played to Nathan Edwards, who seems to be on substituting. This one spins away outside the off stump and taken behind by Hano. Not a good delivery there from Harris, and the batsman has to defend. It goes into the onside for Ramraj to field. We have not seen that Ramraj for the day. This time it's punched between that man at very short mid-off and extra cover out towards the widest long off boundary, and Bosu picks up a run. Oh, he lifts this one over long on. It's in the air, it's going a long way. And it goes all the way for 6. So Bosu opening up his shoulders and striking a big one. So that 6 will take him on to 24. Harris goes back into a mid-on position. That one was struck over mid-off for 6. And he punches down to, in fact, it beats Edwards, who is there at extra cover, and they were able to pick up a run. 25 now to Theron Bosu. 333 the score. The lead now 230. So one spins into the batsman. Archibald is quietly angling it down into the gully region. Turns quietly into the onside. So Nevis piling on the pressure here. Into the onside. Now we see long off goes into a mid-off position, just about. In fact, he sent back on the boundary. Quietly played. Bowler feeds. The over comes to an end. And it's 333 for 5. Played up to cover Airborne for a while, but in the gap, and they were able to pick up a run. It's clipped down to a short fine leg. No run. Oh, this one spins back at Archibald. The bowler seems to be rather excited over that one, but it might have struck the bat of Archibald, and it dropped just in front of him.
A good call that I was pitching in line, turning back, could be hitting the stumps, but Skettle was not interested.
Steps out and drives down to wide, it's long off. Gets a single this time. So Busu 26 from 27, that's a pretty good strike rate. And Archibald 66 from 95 deliveries. So,
well, the plot thickens. It's going into an hour and a half now since play. How much time do they need to bowl out the St. Maarten team for less than 2:32?
Obviously, the Nevis team is looking to bat once, but 2:32 already a sizable lead. Lots of time left in the day's play. And we still have to bear in mind that 105 overs would have to be bowled in today's play. So it's not lunchtime as yet, a long way to go. And Nevis, no doubt, would want to put themselves in a position where St. Maarten have it very difficult to get these runs and make it all virtually impossible for St. Maarten to get these runs.
Meanwhile, Durham is having a marathon spell trying to limit things as much as possible. Not very successful though.
And the count rate for Nevis is 4.86. Archibald steps out, swings it in the onside. Shout of catch, and they're back for the second run.
Was put down.
So that might be a sign of things to come. Archibald probably looking to up the ante at the moment. There are two batsmen out there for Nevis who could score very quickly. Also, in fact, 26 on 29 delivery. Here's he swinging this one into the onside once more. Sort of catch. Oh, and they have disappointed. As they go back for the third run. In fact, he's out, run out. My goodness, the finger of umpires going up. As the batsman, they were attempting the third run, and Busu has to walk away. So, against the run of play, Nevis losing another wicket. Busu run out for 26.
Very dejected, arguing with himself and Colin Archibald underneath his breath because he was saying no, and Colin more or less forced him. And by the time he got down to the other end, Lewis had already broken his stumps. Easy decision for umpire's kettle.
So Jaden Carmichael goes to the crease, but it seems as though Archibald is looking to up the ante at this stage. And perhaps thoughts of declaration in the minds of the Nevis camp. It was a good return though, right alongside the stumps, and that is what would have made the difference. Return from in the deep. Lead 234. So Jaden Carmichael is at the crease. You see the man run out.
Bowls left and bats right.
Defending this time. He goes into the offside. So keeping it out for his first delivery. 6 wickets down now for Nevis. Quite the forward gets it into the offside. He's forcing this one into the offside, but extra cover is in the way. Singh, Devinan Singh, he feels no run. Into the onside. Easy single. Archibald probably thinking in terms of retaining the strike, was reluctant to take that single, but in the end decided to take it. And it's now 340 for 6. The over comes to an end.
Well, Archibald hesitant because he wants the bowling, but also in mind that Busu was just one out, and so he was very careful. Durham did not get the wicket, but a wicket fell by the one out. So when Busu was one out, It's now 340 for 6. Carmichael, who is off the mark, he got 1, he's to face, and Harris will continue. 2 left-arm spinners persisting in long spells. Durham even longer than Harris. Wide outside the half stump. On the way, fumbles with it behind the stumps. Eventually gets it back to the bowler. Beaten all ends up. Pushed out into the outside. And a short extra cover. There's a short extra cover and a very, very short mid-off in a catching position. Takes it right away, Mike Carmichael. Turns him around a bit this time. End of the over. A maiden. Harris to Carmichael. Durham will continue his marathon spell. Archibald, who's on 70, has gone after him. He had 2 opportunities last over. Didn't take them. Instead, they got the man, Tewan Busu, 1 out. But Archibald needs 30 more for a century. And he's turned on to his aggressive mode. The button is on, the switch has been flipped. And let's see if Durham can tease him out. Sweep straight to Ramaj's short fine leg. That has been happening for quite some time. He's picking out Ramaj. But there's a man waiting at the back of the square boundary for him as well. Gets back, pushes up to short mid wicket, no one. Singh is there. Durham to Archibald. Sweeps down to backward square this time. Player goes around. Can't get around, sorry. Ball goes into the boundary. 4 ball ones to Archibald. He goes on to 74. .344 the lead, 241. That's one of Colin Archibald's favorite scoring shot, the sweep shot. Plays it with good precision, gets it where he wants it. This time it was to the right of the man at backward square, and he got a boundary for it. His other scoring shot is big on drive and off drive. He lifts the ball over the boundary. He has done so at least 3 times off of the one this morning. Goes for another slug sweep while outside off stump this time. Going through to the keeper. No harm done. Here is Durham. Archibald. Sweep shot. Gets it past short fine leg. The man at backward square 1 around. Only 1-1. That takes Archibald to 75. And let's go to 345. The lead inching up. 242. With just over an hour and a half of play gone this morning. Durham, a big hit by Carmichael into the onside. The signal comes now. 4 runs.
Good shot there by Carmichael. Just whipping it into the onside of his pads and picking up 4. So the runs piling on here at Warner Park. Nevis now a massive 349 for 6 in reply to 103 made by St. Maarten when they batted the first time. So the pressure really building here on St. Maarten.
Looks like Harris will continue. It's been Durham and Harris for quite a long while. Nevis resumed with 4 wickets down and 2 have gone for the morning. 1 went to Durham and the other via the run out route. 349 for 6. Colin Archibald swings into the onside. A slug sweep. Jogs for 1. He moves on to 76. Carmichael is square cutting, but a bit too early, so the ball goes out to that man at short extra cover. Goes again, but this time makes no contact. Bounce and turn, but slow bounce, slow turn. Carmichael is able to pull away his bat and allow it to go through to Lewis. He's on 5, he has a single, he has a boundary. Get to score off of Harris. Almost bang straight in the hands of the man there in short extra cover. End of the over, still not able to score off of Harris. That's Carmichael, he remains on 5. The score remains on 349 for 6, sorry, 350 now for 6.
Now it's just, by my reckoning, just about 10 past 11. Play started at 9:30, which tells me that Nevis, so far today, they have batted some 21 minutes short of 2 hours. The question is, how much longer are they going to bat? Archibald is on 76, probably eyeing up a century. And who knows? Probably his captain might be giving him enough time to get to 100.
Well, we've sent scripts to them, but their script may be different. We thought it would have been quick ones for hour and a half. The 1 hour and a half has gone already. Still no sign of declaration. Maybe just waiting until Colin gets his 100 or gets out, or bat until lunchtime, give everybody a bat. There are a number of options. Chips and goes into wide long on for 6.
Well, the question is, if he continues batting like this, and he stays there, he's going to get this 100 rather quickly. And he has struck a number of 6s so far. That's his 4th 6, and he has struck 4 4s.
And I think all of the 6s came off of Durham.
Yes.
He likes the ball coming into him.
Well, it's a perfect matchup for the left-handed batsman.
But he hasn't treated Harris that way, and Harris is bowling the same type of spin. But I guess Harris is keeping the ball out of his arc.
Well, that's the difference. And, Harris has been a bit tighter than Durham.
But eventually they found the ball, so Durham will continue. Durham. The ultimate disrespect in cricket, 6 and then no. Colin Archibald drops the ball for a single. Should be in his 80s now, I think he's 83. Michael on 5. 357 for 6. A sweep shot, a question from wicketkeeper and slip.
None from the bowler. That one probably missing leg.
And no response from the umpire.
So Nevis has batted some 74 overs for their 357 runs, and they are going at a rate of 4.82. Michael has faced some 18 deliveries for his 5 runs.
I think the plot is clear. Totally contrary to what we were thinking. They'll bat and best bat on until lunchtime.
Well, I'm not too sure if that is clear.
No haste. I'm not seeing any haste apart from Colin.
Whether or not they'll bat until lunchtime. Lunch is not too far away though. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Ooh, that was close. The ball rolled from his thigh pad. And looked like just 2 inches away from the stump.
Bit careless on the part of Archibald. He was struck on the thigh pad and he ignored the ball, really, the ball rolling back.
He just stood up there and looked at it. This time he was going with Harris. All the way says Kettle.
Well, you said he liked it coming into him. Harris is doing that. is taken to Harris now. That's a massive blow for 6. Takes him into, in fact, onto 89.
89, yes. 11 more. 2 more like that.
Ball has gone a long way. I see the fielder going out the far gate, going towards the entrance to Warner Park. Perhaps the ball is heading down to Amri's Bakery.
6 and a 4 in all. They want us 10 ones.
To get a snap. But certainly the fielder there, he had to go a long way. And there are no spectators in the ground or in that area. As a matter of fact, I'm not seeing anyone ahead of us apart from the groundsman in the stands. And the player is back. He seemed to have retrieved the ball, but he had to travel some distance to get it.
We do not have a cruise ship. At least we had about a handful of them coming off with the cruise ship to look at the game. But there are no cruise ships in today. So the player had to do the mileage to get the ball back. And of course, the umpire has to inspect it, make sure it's okay. It's okay, he says.
So 5 6s to Colin Archibald and just 4 4s.
That was his first one off of Harris. He's 89. Needs 2 more like that to make 100. Paddle sweeps. And hustles for 1, looking for 2 as that one goes down to fine leg area. Into the 90s now. 91. Harris. Late dab, they're asking for the single. It's there, it's on. A direct hit, they're asking. Looking for a second one. They'll get it too. Carmichael was almost one out. It looked very close.
Running by Carmichael was poor that time. He started late and then he failed to ground his bat properly. In fact, he seemed to have put down his bat at the last moment, and had there been a review system, who knows?
Might have been from inches short, yes. But it's Archibald to face again after getting 2 on that one. He's on to 93, 94 now. No. Wait, says Carmichael. Now they've sorted it out. They've had the discussions, they've made the decisions. Here comes Harris. Turn into the pad, then onto the onside. Single, easier this time.
So Archibald retains the strike. And it seems as though he's tempering his batting a bit, looking to perhaps get to the 100 in singles.
He's on 93. I look like Doan will take a rest this time.
Looks like a bowling change coming up also. That looks like Water, who was carrying the number 7 on his back yesterday, but since then someone has taken over that number.
Well, there seems to be a problem with him coming on. I'm hearing the voice of Colin Archibald. Skittle is up by Joseph. I think Water was off the field for a certain amount of time. That's my first speculation, because I'm hearing Colin complaining bitterly and Skittle coming over to umpire Joseph to confirm. So it looks like they're going to try Mr. Singh. He had just 1 over yesterday for 3 runs.
It's in fact Israel Morton.
Oh, Maarten, sorry. Colin Archibald remarks his guy. He's at 93. He has 7 more to go for 100. Drives to the offside. Straight to the field at extra cover. No one. Again on the left arm spinner. For defensive of Colin Archibald that time. Still in search of 7 runs. Taking a look. Now he goes big. Far big. We hit a third into the building. That's another 6. Takes him up to 99. 1 more, single more to give him 100.
It's a good shot. Over straightish long off to the right of us. And clearing the boundary. Not as big as some of the other 6s he would have struck. But nevertheless, enough to take it over the boundary.
And enough to take him up to 99. Asking, down the leg side. I think Joseph concurs.
Well, he's a left arm leg spinner. And that one probably might have been missing leg stump. The Anguillan youngsters all excited, but umpire Joseph remained firm, remained unmoved.
Drives up to short mid-off, man in the catching position. No one. Full toss, this time he goes for it. This time you will hear the applause from his teammates. In fact he goes for 4, 103 now to Colin, and 374 to the score.
Yeah, so well played there by Colin Archibald. 103 from 118 deliveries. And in that, he would have struck some 6 6s and 4 4s.
Well, that's another plot. 100 for Archibald. That may lead to a decision. Yes, he says. He wants a single. Jogs off and walks in. End of the over.
Well, 100 to Archibald. And they continue to bat on. So it's obvious that the Nevis team is going to bat until lunch. Whether or not they're going to declare or they're going to go beyond that, we'll just have to wait and see. And like I said, lots of time left in this game.
Yes, I think that's the fallback position, bat until lunch. And it showed in the approach of Bosu and Carmichael when they came to the crease. They showed no intent really for quick ones, but steady and score steadily. And then Colin picked up the aggression.
Well, Bosu, in fact, would have scored quickly. He had a strike rate of, I think he got 26 from 29 deliveries, which was a pretty good strike rate. And Archibald is going great guns also.
He's now 105. And finally, Carmichael gets a knock. where he pulls into the onside. He gets one.
$381, the 400 approaching.
Big hit out into the onside. Confident walks away. It will go for 4.
Yes, a man at straightish mid the wicket. He had to do a lot of running. There's a man down on the long leg boundary, but well out of their reach. Nathan Edwards, who had to chase around. He's on the field for someone.
Drives again this time all along the carpet out to the man at long off. Well, we know Wadha was off because he cannot bowl as yet. So maybe Nathan Edwards is on for somebody else. I'm missing Daniel Durham.
No, Durham is very much present out there. He's at short mid wicket.
Oh yes, I'm seeing him now.
Umpire calls on the physio.
Yes, according to the rules, they must have a check because he was sweeping and the ball struck the helmet. Although it was not a pace bowler, the ball struck the helmet. So there's a protocol to follow. What is your name? Where are you? How many fingers? Look into his eyes, make sure his pupil is dilating.
So the physio goes on. I think it's one physio for the match.
Yes. Focus test. And he remembers his name. He's Jaden Carmichael. And he knows that he's in St. Kitts playing against St. Maarten. So the test is over. He passed. Helmet goes back on. And play will resume. A lead of 283. A short while, he might be a lead of 300. Mr. Carmichael driving down to mid-on. Mid-wicket comes across and cuts it off. No run.
So 386 for 6. Just about another half an hour thereabout before lunch. And it would be interesting to see the tactics of the Nevis team from here on in. St. Maarten team out there just waiting for the inevitable, perhaps waiting for a declaration which would give them an opportunity to try and do better second time around. Israel Maarten will continue. Been told that Israel has a vision background. His brother Samuel. And this one is tugged into the onside, a shortish delivery. Just a single to Colin Archibald. Defensive shot, quick single, easily done in the end. So Archibald really making the most of the situation, good batting conditions. He's on 111. This one struck into the offside. And another 6. So Ismail Morton been given the treatment, 394 it is. And fast approaching a 300 lead.
Just about 9 more ones or 10 more ones to get to that lead. But I still think they'll bat to lunchtime.
Well, at this stage, it's kind of pointless declaring at this point. They declare now 10 minutes to just leave St. Maarten 20 minutes before lunch, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh, he's flashing at the edges, taking it's going down to World's third man. They should get at least towards the ball stops. Just about 3/4 way to the boundary. And 2 more to Archibald, who seems to be going after everything at this point.
Half chance for the keeper, but more of a regulation catch for a slip, which is non-existent. Well, it prompted a field change. We just stop the runs, but you need a wicket. And Archibald sweeps well.
He's banging this one into the offside and doesn't bother to run, and it's 4. Playing it into the gap and over the infield and down to the boundary for 4.
Off the back foot, punching and punching well. He had enough time to pick exactly where he wanted it.
That shot, the 400 comes up, 400 for 6. Just another 3 runs away from a 300-run lead. He's sweeping this time.
What I said.
And he should get a couple runs here as the ball goes down to short fine leg. So 2 more to the score.
It was not a well-advised move to remove Ramraj from short fine leg, as Colin Archibald was sweeping well in previous deliveries. He did so and got a free 2 instead of a dot ball.
Harris will pick up the attack from the far end. This is a bit of sunning for the St. Maarten team. And of course, they must be out there waiting for the inevitable. And it seems as though they are not going to bowl out Nevis, so they are hoping that at some point Nevis will declare, which I think should happen. This one is played up to widest long off. The single picked up by Carmichael. He goes to 8. 403 for 6. The lead now of some 300 runs Nevis. Field retreating now for the left-handed Colin Archibald, who's on 125. Mid wicket goes back, square leg goes back on the boundary. There's long on, long off in place. Swinging and swinging well. The fielder is getting in on it. Takes the catch. Does Edwards, and Archibald knock comes to an end.
Well, he was going after everything, especially after he passed the 100 mark. And it looks as if that's the declaration.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, the umpire is walking and getting a signal. The captain is getting a signal. Carmichael is turning and walking.
Interesting. I think lunch is taken at 12, which means, according to my watch, 10 minutes, 10:35. In fact, the umpires are just ensuring that they got it right. So that just about 15 minutes batting for St. Maarten.
How many overs do you think they can get in there? 5 hours?
15 minutes. Yeah, if you're bowling spinners, it's hard to get in 5 overs.
Yeah, they just might.
No, it seems as though the declaration has come. So I would suggest that they'll get in 2, at most 3 overs in the 15 minutes. So the declaration has really come. So not a bad pie, I would say. It gives the Nevis team the opportunity to apply some pressure. And it is not much that the St. Maarten team can gain by batting for those 15 minutes, so it would be a question of survival. But St. Maarten 103 for 10, Nevis 403 for 7, with Archibald getting a well-played century. He was the last man to go. And I could probably have a quick look at the scorecard for Nevis. Jamie Cornelius, 61, Ross Powell, 8, Shelton Fobbs, 31, Carlon Tuckett, 110, Tiawi Clark, 23, Colin Archibald, 125, Theron Busso, 25, Jaden Carmichael, 8 not out, 11 extras, and Nevis declaring at 403 for 7. A lead of exactly 300 runs, so St. Maarten will need to get past 300 and then put runs on the board to try and put Nevis to bat again, or the other option is for them to try and bat out the day. Now, St. Maarten used practically the whole team of bowlers. I think 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 bowlers were used. I think it's just Lewis and the keeper, Honor, who was not used as a bowler. And their most successful bowlers were Amraj, who picked up 2 for 47. Jayton Edwards, he had 2 for 33. And a wicket apiece to Amarius Harris and Daniel Durham, the captain. So that's the position. We'll take a short break. We'll be back at the start of the St. Maarten's second innings. Okay. Well,
Well, we're about to see the resumption of this game with St. Maarten under the sword.
so the umpires are out there now in the middle. And the umpires, of course, they have switched then. This, of course, the second innings for St. Maarten. St. Maarten in a race by some 300 runs, having scored 103, and Nevis in response 403 for 7 declared. So we should have just about 10 minutes play before lunch, by my reckoning. And that should probably give us, who knows, maybe 2 overs. And perhaps 3, depends on who bowls the over from the far end. I suspect it's going to be Cadianto Willett who will be picking up the attack from the far end. And the batsmen for St. Maarten, they're going out. The 2 openers, Michael Lewis, and he is partnered, of course, by Devin and Singh. So about 10 minutes to go before lunch, and Nevis starting with the fast bowlers, so we should not get in much play before lunch.
Yes, you may have predicted just maybe 2 or 3 overs. I was hoping to see Carmichael and Onanje Amory, but that's not the case. They rely on their opening bowlers, the medium pacers, to at least put 1 or 2 before lunch.
Yeah, so Archibald, who had that blistering 125 runs.
Well, he didn't get any wickets in the first innings, and so he made up for it with the bat, and now he wants to complete a good match with wickets in this second innings.
So an aggressive feel. There are 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid off, as he moves away. Oh, is that a catch? They're claiming it. Busu is claiming it in the gully region. And they're congratulating each other. The umpire's calls for the ball. He's going to have words with umpire Keller Joseph. The batsman is walking back.
I'm not sure whether you want to double check with Joseph, because the batsman knew that catch was taken cleanly. It went straight to hands. He got under it, fingers under the ball, and came up with it. Claimed it, they celebrated, and he walked off.
Yeah, so batsman, he would have had a good sighter of that catch and realized that the catch was taken, and the batsman to go for a golden duck is Michael Lewis. So the ploy paying off for Nevis, and I'm pretty certain that they will be happy, even just picking up just the 1 wicket before lunch in the 10 minutes, and I'm pretty certain they would have been happy to go to lunch with even just 1 wicket under their belt.
I'm sure. And now they're having a chance for 2 or more, because that one came on the very first delivery of the second innings. And interestingly enough, Lewis went in a similar fashion to his first innings, where he was caught in the gully. Again, he was caught. This one was a little more in control, but still bit the edge.
So not for naught, St. Maarten.
I think not for 1.
Not for 1, sorry. Goes in now. Good delivery. Line is picked up. A new batsman, of course, for St. Maarten. I'm trying to figure that out is Wada. Emrinal Wada, the new batsman, the other opener for St. Maarten is Devin and Singh. He's there to face delivery. Archibald on his way. Oh, takes him on the pad. The peel goes up, the finger goes up, and he's on his way. My word. Two in the over for Archibald.
And I know Willett will be quite jealous of this, and he too will want something. He's a very energetic bowler, goes at the batsman all the time, and so this can spell disaster for St. Maarten. It's already dark clouds, having a deficit of 300 to work off, and now losing 2 wickets to your top batsman, the opener, and your one down batsman.
So not a good start for St. Maarten by any means. 2 in the over. And of course that the possession of batsman takes up time. And for sure we'll get in at least 2 overs. And whether or not we'll get in a third over, then we'll have to just wait and see. But with the fall of wickets, that eats into the time. But 2 down, and it's the wicket keeper who goes to the crease. Oh no. Wicket keeper for St. Maarten, of course. He goes in at number 4, 2 in 2. Tianik, oh no. And Busso has been catching well. In the first inning, we saw him taking a very good slip catch, a ball which flew to him off of Amri. No, he's quietly forward. Middles. So an eventful over for St. Maarten, and an eventful over for Nevis also. And Nevis so far getting the better of the morning session. A lead of some 300 runs and 2 wickets down for no run. So the experienced Colin Archibald. Left arm over the wicket. Outside off, through to Tuckett.
Minus 300 for 2.
See the emergency fieldsman for Nevis. Rian Solomon is out there. Someone is off the field. And quietly forward. Yeah, plays with the full face of the batting to cover region. The over comes to an end. First over of the St. Maarten second innings, and they are 0 for 2.
Am I missing Willett? In fact, it's only 1 over for lunch. Look, the players are heading out for lunch now.
Willett is, in fact, is on the team. He was at long leg. So it's lunchtime, so just the 1 over before lunch. So, of course, the time that matters out there is the time of the umpires. So we might watch probably a bit behind the umpire's time. But that's the situation at lunch. After facing a deficit of some 300 runs on first innings, St. Maarten 0 for 2, having lost 2 wickets without a run on the board. So that's the situation here at Warner Park. We'll be back right after lunch to bring you further coverage.
We're about to see the resumption of play after lunch with the St. Maarten team in a very, very deep hole. A deep, dark hole. In recent language, let's consider Jamaica as the St. Maarten team, and let's consider Nevis as Hurricane Melissa. They're doing a number on them. They're in a race of some 300 runs, and they have lost 2 wickets without a score on the board. So effectively, it's minus 300 for 2. And nothing on the board yet. Devinan Singh is there. He's a survivor. He had luck with him in the first innings and stayed around a while to make 20. He would have to do 10 times that in order for St. Maarten to get any sort of respectability. He was joined in the number 4 slot by Honoré. Looked good. Middled 2 balls before lunch was called. But Lewis went caught at slip by Sewan Busu. Good catch, low down. And the man, Wadwa, was a judge plumb in front by umpire Skettle. Here they come. The Nevis fielders coming out. Looking for full points from this game to join the leaders, St. Kitts and Antigua.
Yet to see the St. Maarten batsman going out. And as expected, Willett will pick up the attack from the far end. We just had the one over before lunch. So Akadianto picks up the attack. And for St. Maarten, of course, we have Ono and Devinan Singh, the 2 batsmen. Devinan Singh is yet to face the delivery. In fact,
I think he will face this time.
He stood at the non-striker's end for the first over and saw 2 wickets going down. They have it that slip cardon for Nevis, some of the tallest slippers and gully fieldsmen you'll see in cricket.
Well, they must be very flexible, being able to get down, and so did Tewan Busu showed that he was able to get down and pick that one just before he touched the ground.
Yeah, he catches well, Busu.
And left Lewis very dejected, leaving for Golden Duck.
Busu is the tallest of the lot of those tall men out there for Nevis, and well, Shelton says he's 6'4", so which means it puts Busu at about 6'5". And of course, Amri, he himself is a very tall lad, so he should be in that range also, 6'4" or thereabout.
And immediately Singh is square cutting, goes all the way into the boundary now. A short one outside the half stump, stood up on his toes and got it through the inner wing on the offside. 4 runs.
Yes, too short lifting. The first delivery of this innings by Kadian to Willett and given the treatment. There's no one in the deep for Nevis, of course, with a lead of some 300 runs and 2 wickets down. You wouldn't expect them to be defending.
And almost half the team is behind the stumps. The wicketkeeper 3 slips on a gully. This one he allows to go through to Tuckett. But I like his energy from the first innings though. He was always at the batsman until he got tired. He bowled 7 overs on the trot. And probably he didn't even want to give up the ball. He picked up 2 wickets. Now he is wicketless. Colin Archibald has 2. A short one outside the off spin again. Tuckett comes across stylishly and collects.
course, we let Justin his first over of this innings. Did not bowl an over before lunch. We just had the farcical situation where a declaration came and we had just the one over before lunch.
Farcical as it may have been, it's fully effective because they played out the 2 wickets that they wanted.
Oh yes, certainly Nevis would have gotten what they want. I mean, 2 wickets. 2 wickets in that one over is worth more than no wickets in, let's say, 10 overs before lunch.
This one's being guided down to third man, past the arms of Sean Boston there in gully to his left. Singh gets one. Right now, he went for a ball because there's the third man area is vacant.
Singh has looked well organized so far in the short stay at the crease.
This one is tickled down to 5 leg. In fact, no, it's not tickled, it's off his hip. Leg by is called by umpire Keller Joseph. It's going on 9 for 2. End of the over.
So no alarms there for St. Maarten in the first over after lunch. But the man who's been the destroyer so far in this innings, he has the ball and he's going to pick up the attack from the media center end. That's Colin Archibald. So he certainly has been having a good day. Got 225 and has picked up 2 wickets for no runs. So it couldn't be better for Colin Archibald.
This time he has Singh, a short stature to he's driving, so mid off, gets 1, get at least 2, and turn for the third one comfortably. Good drive by Singh.
Just a nice push into the offside all along the carpet. And like I said a while ago, the young man looks very organized.
Well, at least he knows his strength. He's not going after anything wide outside the off stump. He's playing what he has to play and scoring. Archibald to Honoré. Forward defensive. Here they're strengthening the slip cordon. 2 slips now, added 1, so there's now 3 slips on the gully. A backward point, a man straddling mid-off and short extra cover. An attempt, a big shout, and a half celebration by Clark. But there was nothing there. Archibald. A drive. This time a bit more firm. Then they can get 2. Into the boundary now. 4 ones. Bit over pitch. This time Archibald losing his length. Good line, but not the perfect length. Too much under the batsman. He was able to come down it heavily and get it through the mid-off, long-off area for 4 ones. As we said before, with 3 slips and the gully, the outfield has some gaps, and the man Jamie Cornelius could not get on to his way to cut it off. Archibald pulls his length back, a short one outside our stump, invites a cut shot from Honoré. He doesn't make contact. Ball finally relayed back to Colin Archibald, who's going to continue. And this is second over. He already picked up 2. A drive out to the cover area. That area is vacant, so they can get 2. And they can get 3. End of the over. 16 for 2.
2 batsmen for St. Maarten. They have started well after lunch. They have been positive. They have been running well between the wickets. They have been turning 2s into 3s. And they're looking good so far. And it augurs well for the team's innings. Of course, the real test would come when they come up against the division spinners.
But they each got a boundary. So Singh is on 12, Honoré is on 7.
So the point I'm making is that this has been a good start by them after the luncheon interval.
But they're still at the base of the mountain. At 16, 19 for 2, looking on a ball of 300 runs. They're nowhere near starting to reconstruct the innings.
Now we see, looks like Clark being placed into a short extra cover position. Taken out of the slip cordon.
Well, I think Tuckett is assessing his bowlers. You see how quick they are bowling and how likely it is for the ball to carry to short slip. Choosing to be cautious, he has plugged the outside field. Will it once more. A left in delivery. And he is up on his toes and dropping it in front of him. Willett and Honoré doing battle. On drive, pleasant on drive, well timed, well placed. all the way. 6 runs. It's now 25 for 2. Short one. I think he's been struck on the helmet and he looked to be some problems. A piece of the helmet came off.
Yes, it was short. It got big on him. We saw Tuckett going up to on a wee. Just asking him if he's okay. Some of the division players that gathered around him, just ensuring that he's okay. Yes, the game is competitive, but one of the things I've noticed is that amongst the players from the various teams, there seems to be a good camaraderie going on between the various players. Of course, a lot of these players, they would have played with and against each other at youth level, so they know each other quite well. And of course, this is a Leeward Island setup, so players get familiar with players from other countries quite easily.
Well, it wasn't a vicious bouncer, it was a slow bouncer. He hooked long before the ball reached and he collided with his helmet. So the viciousness and venom weren't present. So he's alright now. Checked out, protocol. The usual. Focus test using the fingers. The pupil test, making sure his pupil is dilating. And the conscious test, making sure he knows who he is and where he is. And so it's a resumption after a short break. The hit helmet protocol. And we'll it again. Here you see pushing out into the offside. Was asking for a single. And Singh said no. End of the over.
Yes, sir. Good start for St. Maarten after the lunch interval. They've had a couple overs. In fact, Willett has bowled 2 overs since, and one from Archibald. And St. Maarten, they've gone from not for 2 wickets down for no runs to 25 for 2. And that's in the space of 3 overs. So they have had a good strike rate since lunch, strike rate of 8.
Oh, this one is way wide, almost wide in this form of the game. And Singh just watches it go by. Pushed into the offside, again the offer of a single, turned down. Still 25 for 2. Last scoring shot was a 6 over wide mid on, wide long on. Archibald guided into the outside. It's a little misfield, but the batsman don't run. This is Archibald, the man who has taken 2 wickets so far. Singh driving aerial over the man in the gully, and it goes immediately for 4.
Yes, he was throwing the bat at that one. The ball peeled off the outer portion of the bat and flew over Busu is at gully. Busu jumping and failing to rope that one in. And Busu is a tall man. He's just about 6'5" or thereabout. And even he couldn't pull that one in.
16-29. 16 belongs to Singh. 29 is the overall target. Total, sorry. And the first target for them is 300 runs. But I think they should do it in small objectives. 50 first. They're about 21 runs away from the first 50. A glance into the onside gets 1. It's 2 comfortably.
The running continues to, between the wicket continues to be aggressive by these two. And they're looking for every possible run.
Not only every possible run, but they're also looking to occupy the crease because they have to get 300 runs to force Nevis to bat again. And the better option would be to just bat all day.
Well, you know, one of the mistake teams make over the years is to go out there and try to just occupy the crease. But I think, you know, it's best that you do more than that. You put pressure back on bowlers, you pick up runs, and without taking any injuries. And so far, generally, the batting of these two has been risk-free. But what they have been doing is to keep the scoreboard moving along and not having just one bowler bowling at a particular batsman for any period of time. They have been able to rotate strike and able to pick up runs. So, you know, I think this is good going. And occupying the crease does not mean you just sit back and allow the bowler to dictate terms. You, as a batsman, would have to try and get things moving also. So I think the approach is right. And what they would not want to do is to play any ill-advised shots.
With it. No wicket yet for the second innings. Edge and taken! A brilliant catch! I was just saying he didn't have a wicket as yet. No, he can pick up the first one. Anyway, caught by the wicketkeeper, took it. Diving to his right. Picked it off before the first hit would come on to claim
right. It looks like that when he took it in the left. But we don't have the benefit of replay. But certainly he took it one-handedly, and he was on his left side when he was on the ground, which suggested to me that he took it in the left hand. An excellent catch indeed. And like I said, we don't have the benefit of the replay to confirm, but certainly at the end of the day, it was an excellent catch, whether it was taken in the right or left, and it was taken low down. But but perhaps you might be right, you know, because It might have been a delivery which might have left the batsman outside the half stump, but one got the impression that Tuckett was on his left side. But at the end of the day, suffice it to say, it was an excellent catch, and the third wicket going down for St. Maarten. The captain goes out to try and stop the rot. But Nevis, both bowlers now in the wicket column, so Nevis very much on top.
Very much on top for quite a while now. And having just the away with the St. Maarten team, taking advantage of the fact that not much of this type of cricket is played, and these guys seems to be hitting their bootstraps at this time. Archibald has 2 wickets, Willett just picked up 1.
Batsman to go for, so no. It was brilliantly caught by Tuckett.
Anyway. Now here's Daniel Doam. The man with a lot is depending on shot, up on his toes, knocks it down. Daniel Doe made a marathon spell, only picked up 1 wicket when he was trying to slow down the Nevis team. He did not succeed. Here again, he's trying something. A lot resting on his shoulders. Willett Doe leaving that one outside off stump. Tuckett is not taken cleanly, but he cleans up in the end. And the second effort, no one, no bye. Just 2 slips now for Willett. To the left-hander, he's bowling around the wicket. Again, Doam leaves. Not taking the invitation to float with those outside the house stump. He's making sure he picks up the line and just allowing the balls to go through to the wicket keeper.
Earlier, I would have ran into Tonito Willett, the father of Akadianto Willett, in the grounds. Oh!
A loud shot for leg before. A slight indication from umpire Joseph that it's going down leg. It was well struck on the pad. Clark is there beseeching Doam to walk for a leg before decision that the umpire didn't send him for. Wait again. Shot outside the off stump, smashed into the offside. Phil is after it. Batsman turned for 2, and they look like they'll settle for 2.
Wrong length, wrong line. And was a tall man, just cut it into the offside and picked up 2 useful runs. See, Busso twirling around his arms. He has not bowled in this match so far, but he, of course, is also a left-arm spinner.
Well, we get to see that because these opening pace bowlers, once they start sweating and getting success, their faces are set. The captain is afraid to look at them to even begin discussion about bowling change. Colin Archibald, after 100, 2 wickets in his first over, Hasn't picked up any yet. Any more since, sorry. Willett getting jealous, grab one of his own. So he's now 33 for 3. Colin, Archibald. Open face, push, pass, gully. The sprinters are up after it. Kim Collin, Usain Bolt. They can't stop 3-1s though. Another form push by Devin and Singh. Now the field changes over for the left-handed Durham.
St. Martin, of course, looking to bat for a lengthy period. So far, they have lost the 3 wickets, so it makes it even more difficult for them to go right down.
Archibald having Durham in and behind, punching it out to the outside. We're not sure how the other games are going, but it looks as if the Sankey's game will end in a first innings decision as they're batting a second time against Anguilla. And also to the Munster and Antigua game, they got a first division decision. Meanwhile, they have on drive, a flick into the outside. Durham gets 2 and decides against the third one. We saw Teran Busso getting 1 out from throwing it deep. So in quick order, the score moves on to 38 for 3. As I said, their first mini target would be 50. They're 12-1-0 from that. And when I say 50, I mean 50 without losing a further wicket, so it should be 54-3. But then again, these bowlers tend to do exactly the opposite to what we've suggested. Archibald. He pulls out of the shot. It's a short one. It was dying.
Field has gone a bit more on the defensive side. We're just seeing 2 slips in place now. 2 slips a gully.
A little bit of ill-directed delivery just now. Not really characteristic of the way Colin Archibald has been bowling. Covering up is Durham. Putting him on at backward point. No run. Over ends. 38 for 3. Chasing 300 to make Nevis bat again.
Well, I don't see Nevis batting against this afternoon. And, So we are thinking in terms of two results, either St. Maarten drawing this or St. Maarten being bowled out. The possibilities of Nevis batting a second time, very slim.
St. Maarten being bowled out for innings defeat, that's high on the cards. Batting all day is a Herculean task. But I'm just trying to mirror the thinking. I drive into the offside, and like I hear, Singh is off for the first one and dashes back for the second.
Singh has looked very good so far. He has been timing the ball well. He has been picking up runs. He has been running well between the wickets and looks a good player.
Very organized player indeed.
Forgot to ask the coach if Singh was his son or if Singh was related to him.
Let's hope that a Nevis player there is not tying Singlises together. This one outside edge. Goes into the offside for a single.
It was stayed down to third man for 4. The signal coming for 4 runs.
Have my apologies.
But it was more of a stay than an edge. He seemed to have gotten on top of the bounce and angled it down into the third man region. Not fully in control, but nevertheless, his intentions really was to play it down there. See, Tugal is in place now.
Well, that's a place that Singh has been playing pretty often, albeit most of them are all along the ground. Tuckett and the bowlers are trying to induce a fast shot into that area, so he's put in two gullies. There are also 2 slips waiting for the edge. Extra cover made off. Shot mid wicket. That's the inner field for you. Again, Singh prepared to show the patience that is required to bat all day and some. Left the previous one alone. Let's see what happened here as we'll try to adjust to force him to play. Drives, checks the shot. Here is Willett to Singh. Full toss driving through the offside. Should get ones here. It's 1, 2. And they stopped running because it's gone for 4. Full toss. Neatly put away by Singh.
Solomon has been on the field since the start of the St. Maarten second innings, and he's on there for Ross Powell, who was not taking the field in the second innings so far. But a good shot by Singh, picking up 4, playing it through cover. Ball really racing away to the boundary and getting a good 4. So Devin and Singh, he has moved into the 30s. He's on 31. And he's been going at a good rate also, 31 from 20 deliveries.
Well, at his stage, it doesn't matter now. He could be 31 from 100 deliveries because the thing about them is, according to you, it's survival. Try to get to 530. Because Archibald will go around the wicket.
See, Amri at first slip warming up. Must be expecting to be brought into the attack soon.
A quiet period. Slowed down by the fact that the paces are still on.
I think we might see some spin soon though.
Nothing much being added to the score. And the dot ball. Actual to Durham. Shot, Durham gets up and blocks it. Archibald to Durham. This time he's attempting to pull that one out short. Made no contact. Well, the Nevis team, as I said, in the first innings, they are always very vocal. Fuller, driven, hard, straight, down to mid-on, no one. Archibald. Firm drive into the outside. A good bounce for the man there. Looks like Kimani Nisbet.
So St. Maarten looking to put up a bit of a fight here, denying the Nevis team a wicket at this point, but they see the helmets going out, and it's going to be Amri who will be brought into the attack from the far end. And earlier I saw both spinners for Nevis warming up, so I would not be too surprised if I see Jane Carmichael coming in from the media center end. Of course, Amri would have picked up a 5 in the first innings, and he was well supported by Jane Carmichael, who picked up 3 wickets in the St. Martin's first innings. So this no doubt will be the testing period for St. Maarten. So there's a 4 short, like a leg gully and a slip in place.
Well, if you can see off these 2, they have taken care of the 2 pacers, and see off these 2, then they stand a chance of the more part-time bowlers, so to speak.
Seeing right away, using his feet and getting to the pitch. Stretching well forward this time. First innings, Amri would have picked up a wicket in its first over.
So true.
But Singh continues to look good as he defends well and gets it into the offside.
Amri trying to proud Singh. Singh is forward. Easy.
And he steps out and drives powerfully down the ground, knocked down there at mid-off. Good fielding there by Solomon, the substitute fielder. And aggressive intent shown there by Singh.
Well, he was quiet and sedate for the most of the over, and he stepped out and looking to drive. That one almost went back to the bowler.
Quite push up to mid on this time by the left-handed Durham, the captain. And the first over of spin in this innings comes to an end. So what it's going to be, I see Kimani Nisbet taking off his cap, so he's going to pick up the attack from the media center end, so we are not going to see Carmichael as yet. It's the medium pacer Nisbet, Kimani Nisbet, who comes into the attack.
We're number 18. This is Kimani Nisbet. Taking over from Colin Archibald, number 01.
So Nisbet moves away. Singh is defensive. Clark at mid-wicket rehearsing some on drives. But he had his turn earlier on to bat. He's in the field now. Oh, this one played to Clark. Clark very vocal at his position at short mid-wicket. There are two slips a gully, point, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Turned into the onside, but it goes straight up to Clark, who fields. Now we see some field changes. There are two short mid-wickets. Shelton Fobbs coming from in the second slip position and going into a rather straightish mid-wicket, just forward of square. And Tijari Clark moving a bit to his left. Slow delivery. Stayed nicely into the offside. They're getting runs here back for the second run. And two more to sing. So St. Maarten putting up some resistance here. They're now 51 for 3. Those 2 runs bringing up the 50 for St. Maarten. 51 for 3.
But on one side of the coin, which is the unlikely side of the coin, they need to get 5 more of those 50s before nightfall. And on the other side of that same coin, Nevis need to bowl them out before nightfall.
Like I said earlier, though, I don't see St. Maarten getting to 300 this evening. But one never knows. But the most likely thing is for a draw. But they might have other ideas. Turned up to square leg, no run. So the over comes to an end, at the end of which St. Maarten being led on first innings by some 300 runs there, now 51 for 3.
I'm going to continue. Gonna go around, it look like, to the left hand of the door.
Gets a single up to Whitish mid-on. Shout of let's go boys, let's go boys. 52 for 3. He's playing this one just backward of point towards the boundary, pursued there by Carmichael, and it runs away for 4. So Singh is playing a good hand here for his country.
Mm-hmm. Just what they wanted. They could probably do 10 other batsmen like Singh. Will compose, will organize, patient, willing to play to his strengths only.
Stretches forward. back and pushes aerially back up the track on the onside. Now we see Fabs moving from a leg slip position and he goes into a very short mid-on position. Oh, he's using his feet and gets to the pitch, takes it on the thigh pad, it drops in front of him. Oh, shot in the dark. Coming from the inner portion of the baton, going there to the forward short leg in Clark. Fields and there's no run.
No, the score remains on 56 for 3. The task doesn't become any easier. And we'll have Kimani Nisbet to continue. He got much more encouragement in the first innings. First inning was let's go, man, no, let's go.
Commanding this with continues from this the media center end. I think what has been good so far about the St. Maarten innings though is the fact that they have been positive and they're looking to score. They're not just looking to occupy the crease. And they have a score on the board. They have lost the all wickets, but it's now 56 for 3. Good drive by the captain, but straight to Rian Solomon, the emergency field zone. This one is wayward down the onside. And Durham is looking to flick into the onside.
What's the plot now? Kimani try to plug out some wickets. The wicket in the first innings.
Field has gone a bit more defensive now, Nevis. The long leg is in place back on the boundary. Cornelius is back at square leg. Driven in the air. And for a moment they lost that and the signal comes now for 6. That's a good shot from Durham. 6 runs. So he goes to 62 with that shot.
Biding his time, playing defensively until he just saw that loose one. He lifted over long off.
Oh, it was in there for some time, but the bowler unable to get to it. And Durham survives. Now we see Clark just taking a few steps in. In fact, he retreats to his position at short extra cover. So there's a slip, there's a gully. There's a man at point. Mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg back on the boundary, long leg back on the boundary. Nisbet draws a defensive part there from Durham. Durham has been solid in his defense so far, 62 for 3. broad defensive bat up Durham once more. So the track continues to play real good here at Warner Park. No real devils in the track. And Durham, who promoted himself, looking good.
The pitch continues to play good as well. Because this is third the pitch. This is a pitch freshly prepared.
So Sing's going to play some shots.
Oh yes. No point in trying to survive all. They play a natural game.
Stretches forward this time and gets it to forward short leg.
Blocking and blocking and blocking and blocking may not be right with his natural game. If he does that, he might get out.
Oh, is he out, is he? Yes, he is. Padding up to one, which was very adjacent. Struck in front. Umpire Joseph took some time to raise that finger, but there was no doubt in the Nevis player's mind that that one was struck in front, and that certainly looked plumb to me from my vantage point. So, strikes.
Umpire Joseph was certain too because she nodded her head in Buckner style before putting up a finger, and that is why the bowler in particular was celebrating with some high knee pumps, a loud shout. Sing, the man who looked like he was glued to the St. Martin's second innings, has now departed. He has out leg before to Amory.
So water break being taken, and we'll take the opportunity to take a water break also. Yeah, so we're back here with the action. The play is about to resume after the water break. And just prior to that, we had the wicket of Singh going down. In fact, really giving it away, I would say. He just allowed one to strike him in front, not playing a shot.
Lost concentration.
Most likely. And the young man was looking good, he was batting well. And perhaps might have been eyeing up a half century. But that was not to be. Just losing concentration, as Al would have said, and losing his wicket in the process. He got to 38. So they've lost Lewis for no score. Singh now for 38. Wada he went for no score also. And Hono, he went for 13. The captain these days not out on 11. And he'll be looking to bat a long time. The batsman, of course, is Maarten Miller, who seemed to have had his short return from the laundry. He's sweeping and gets off the mark with that shot. See another emergency fieldsman on for Nevis. That's Wilkinson. Tazian Wilkinson, he's on the field. He already had Ross Powell off. And Solomon was on for him. I'm looking around for Solomon. Solomon is there still, so there's another player for Nevis. So this one turns back into Miller, and he stands to his full height and drops it in front of him. So 64 for 4, St. Maarten. And don't forget the deficit is 300.
Well, they have gotten past 1 mini target, the 50, lost 4 wickets. The next mini target should be 100 without losing a wicket. But I don't think the runs will come in the column is whether or not they can occupy the crease. And of course, whether or not the Nevis can find the bowlers to pry them out, as they're doing at the moment.
I think Nevis might be missing a trick here. Nisbet does not look too penetrative, and he's kept into the attack. One would have thought that they might have opted to go for the other spinner, but they would know best. We thought that Carmichael, well, my thinking is that Carmichael might be a better option at this point. But Nisbet on his way. Edges and goes for 4. Should go for 4. There's no man at third man, and 4 runs to Durham.
But the captain doesn't have to worry about that. It's an edge, and he has plenty of ones on the tins to play with. 300 of them.
In fact, there's another emergency fieldsman out there. Kean Pemberton is on the field at the moment also. Driven in the air, but on the onside and driven for 4. So Durham playing a few shots.
Well, he nearly destroyed Miller with that back drive. Miller had to take evasive action. Gotten 8 after this over so far, but I agree with you, Kimani has not been very penetrative since the first innings. Maybe the chance of it's a means of giving him a chance.
So there are 1, 2, 3 emergency fieldsmen out there for Nevis. Pemberton is on, Solomon is on, and Wilkinson is on. Laid into the offside. It's fielded and there's no run. No, I do not see Jaden Carmichael out there. I know Ross Powell is not out there. So we're missing one. Let's see. Willett seems to be the other player off the field at the moment. In fact, no, Willett is down at long leg. Nice drive into the offside by Durham. He should get a couple of runs there. Back for the second. So let's go around the field. Ross Powell is off. Let's see, Jamie Cornelius. Is he? No, he's not on. So Jamie Cornelius is the other fielder off for Nevis.
A weird situation where practically all the substitute fielders are on the field.
Pushed into the offside there by Durham. And he's looking better and better. And Midland, he seems quite comfortable to this medium pace of Kimani Nisbet. But, of course, we do not have Carmichael out there at the moment. Nice drive and dropped.
Straight to Clark, right into the thick of his palms, and Kimani with his luck.
Well. There was Tijari Clark shouting, let's go, let's go, let's go. Catch went to him, the easiest of catches, and he spilled it. Must be embarrassed, Tijari Clark.
He's probably looking for a hole to take him in right now, because that was really easy catch, straight into his palms. He didn't have to go left, he didn't have to go right. But the ball probably struck the thick of his palms and back out onto the ground. Embarrassing. He's looking for an underground tunnel to hide somewhere.
So we see Jamie Cornelius back out there, and it seems as though Carmichael is out there. And he has been out there all the while. My apologies. So he has been there all the while. But Jamie Cornelius is back on. A drive and a good one too, over the top. And it goes on top of the roof. 6 runs. That's a good shot by Miller. Stepping out, driving it, peels off the outer portion of the bat, goes into the offside, going out towards the cover boundary. They're back for the second run and settles on that. So Miller is going to fight fire with fire here. And he's looking to be aggressive. Could prove to be his downfall. But the fielders are in. Mid-on, in fact, long on retreating towards the boundary. And this is a good sweep shot. Well played, well kept down. In fact, it seemed to have gone for 4. And 4 more to the score.
That's 12 runs in so it's a very short space of time. No need to go down there and chink up. Very unlikely that they will get to 300 in the time given. But at the same time, as you rightly said earlier, staying in includes getting ones. And he's doing it in the way he knows how, being aggressive, trying to get Amri off of his lens.
Works this one into the Lug Gully region. Busso has to chase from his position at slip. And just the one run. So Miller looking to score. He's picking up runs. In a short space of time, he has gone on to 14, striking at 200. 14 for 7 deliveries. I think the Nevis team would like this though. They would be glad to see the batsmen looking to play shots, which would, of course, give their bowlers a decent chance of getting a wicket. Dome is defending though and gets it into the onside. Tossed up. Quick single. Instigated there by Miller. Durham was really on his bat, leaning over on his bat, and he was urged into that single by Miller.
We saw 1-1 out so far, with Teron Busso and Colin Archibald trying to steal a third. And that one was a quick single.
So Nisbet will continue from the media center end.
A chance and opportunity last over, put down by Clark. Short extra cover.
Turned into the onside down to long leg for a single by Durham. So St. Maarten just offering some resistance. They scored 103 in the first innings and they are now at 89 for 4. And we are well into session number 2. So at this rate, it's obvious that we could be very well going into a third session, and this game could go a long way into the third session if they continue to bat as sensibly as they have been doing. Flashes and 4. Going past 4, slipping down to the bounds for 4.
Miller continues his aggressive mode.
Useful runs here for St. Maarten. Now the score's gone into the 90s, 93 for 4.
Second minute target, 100 without losing a further wicket. And they seem to be doing that. Dome and Miller. Miller more so than Dome. He's on to 18. After Mark with a single, then he went 6-4, single, 4.
Slip cordon has been strengthened for Miller. Shelton Fabs goes into second slip alongside Unaji Amri. There's also a goal in place outside the half stump. This time he does not attempt to play. Oh, this one is closer to the off, and he's playing at this one. Lucky not to have gotten an edge until it goes to the keeper.
A beauty, one of the best balls bowled by Kimani over the past 2 days. Touchdown just outside off stump and moved slightly away. And there was Miller playing at it. Couldn't find the bat, couldn't find the edge.
Oh, he's charging the bowler, looking for a big hoik. And he missed it completely. So Miller is not going to muck around. He's not looking to hang around. He's looking to play some shots here and enjoy himself.
Well, what are his options really? To chink up and try to bat out for the city there? And I think he has chosen the farmer.
Well, at the same time, too, it's a good chance for him to get a good knock, to build an innings. And, be selective about the shot making. That was really an ugly swipe there as far as I'm concerned. Just charging the bowler. And easy looking to defend, and it eludes the edge and goes through to the keeper. My thinking, Al, is that they should be looking to score runs, but not taking unnecessary risk. Bat sensibly, but look to rotate the scoreboard, look to pick up singles, put away the bad deliveries and so on. But bat sensibly, it's a good opportunity for both of these batsmen out there.
It's 93 for 4. Amory will continue. He's going to try to get Durham to go back to the pavilion now, but Durham has been solid, taking his own their time, playing every ball on its merit, except for that foul shot he put into the hands of Charlie Clark. That spilled out. Here is Amory to Durham. Blocks it to Silimidan. Foul shot leg. No harm done. A straight drive out to Midan, and immediately they set off for the single. Let's see if Miller will continue in his aggressive mode. Here's Amory. Field change around. There's a short mid wicket and a short, very, very short mid on. Man at long on and man at mid off. Extra cover and a slip. 5-4 field. That one going to the right of the man and slip. He comes off the outer edge. He gets 2 runs. Getting 2 runs without an ultra aggressive shot. How is that? Well, the hands go up from umpire Joseph, but only to indicate that there are 2 more balls left in the over. Good sweep shot down to fine leg. 1. Easy 2.
Miller seems to favor the sweep shot, and it has been productive for him so far. He has picked up a number of his runs in his shots at the crease, playing that sweep shot. He keeps it down well, and there is him getting 2 easy runs with that shot.
Colin Archibald was sweeping well too. Yeah. No. Noes prevail on that occasion. No one.
So St. Maarten continues to fight their 2 runs short of 100. In fact, another 5 runs, another 6 runs, and they would have eclipsed their first inning score. But Nevis persisting with the medium pacer Nisbet. Granted that he should have had a wicket before. Tijari Clark put down an easy catch off his bowling. I still think though that Carmichael should have been brought into the attack. The batsmen seem to be very comfortable to the medium pacers, and perhaps Carmichael is the way to go. But we just have to wait and see how long he keeps Nisbet into the attack.
Full toss from Manny. This time he wants a single, and this time he gets a single. Ball played with a little less force to the left of Clark and out to mid-off, who had to come to his right to field. Well judged single.
Durham is 25 from 37 deliveries. In some quarters, he would have been applauded for reaching a quarter century. But of course, here in the region, we do not applaud quarter centuries. Quarter century, especially if your batsman is rated as a failure.
Here's Kimani outside the off stump. Not troubling the batsman. I think that they were looking to calm Michael in a short while. Armory, you have to spin up Busu. Because Kimani is not really troubling the batsman, apart from that false shot he induced with Durham and that beautiful delivery at outside off stump to Miller.
Yes, I've been calling for Carmichael throughout. Busu himself is a left-arm leg spinner, not as effective as Carmichael. We have not seen him bowling this match so far. He picked up a few runs when he batted. He was run out, unfortunately. Looked good while he was there.
Again, they offer another quick single, taking his score up to 99. 99 for 4, 18.4 overs. Kimani is done for 24.
Scores in fact 100. That's the 100
from the single, right?
For St. Maarten.
Good last ball.
Yes, a good end to the over. Durham seems to be pulling the bat away, but the ball seemed to have followed the bat and struck the face of the bat and went behind. Luckily, not playing it onto his stumps. and good end to the over. But I still think though that if Nevis wants to drive home the advantage they have, they need to change the mode of attack, probably go for another spinner, Carmichael most likely, but we'll have to wait and see. In this bit seems to be fairly ordinary at the moment.
I think he's tiring. Amory. Easy single as the ball is pushed into the offside. Down to the backward point area. Jamie Canias cannot prevent the single. And in comes the left-hander Durham to face. And we will try once again. Covering up. Not have the full face of the bat, but gets it out to backward point area. And surviving, most importantly, surviving another delivery. Here is Durham facing up to Amory. He's back and sparks it in the offside. Good feeling on that occasion, no one. Last part of it, back again and punching, but to no avail, no one, over ends. 101 for 4. Still well behind in the deficit. 199 runs behind. 4 wickets down. Repair and recovery is the art of the day. Dunham is doing a good job staying there. It's been there a while. You see Carmichael warming up. In fact, he's at the stage where he's doing some practice deliveries, and so all would have gotten his way by getting Carmichael into the attack. Let's see how Miller will handle him. There's a typical orthodox leg spinner's feel. A slip and a silly point, setting it off. Outside off stump wide. Miller shapes and then leaves it. We're in number 44, Jaden Carmichael, his second ball of the second innings. Oh, put it down. There was the edge, you heard it clearly. That went into the gloves of Tuggett and out. A second chance going down. Clark put down Durham, and now Miller was dropped at the wicket. And drive gets a single. Could be more as a ball beats the middle fielder. It's now 4 runs. Pleasant on drive. That's the punishment you get for dropping catches. Batsman that will spank you into the boundary. Jaden Carmichael. A big hit out of the ground. You hit it shot now into the building. That's 10 runs Miller's taken from Jaden Carmichael, and this is first over. And of course, Scuttle is inspecting the ball as that one went into the building, into the concrete. The second 6 from Miller. Carmichael is ready to continue. Miller is not. Forward defensive, smothering that one.
Miller's rushed on to 34 and looking quite comfortable and not afraid to go for his shots. But Nevis searching for the 5th wicket. Durham, who was dropped, has been solid. He promoted himself in the batting order, and he is doing a good job for his side, and thus building a respectable innings here for St. Maarten. And yes, still a long way to go, but perhaps beginning to harbor ideas of drawing this game. St. Maarten, they're just 4 wickets down.
But already a better showing than their first innings. They surpassed their first innings score. They're now 11 for 4. A bit of luck as Boyne Tuckett put down Miller in the last over. And to reward Tuckett for that, he struck a 4 and a 6 right after that. Drive into the onside. Gets 1. It's 2. Building a solid partnership with Maarten Miller. Here's Amri, Daniel Durham, back, pats it down the track. Two deliveries left in this over. Short 1, cramped him for room, keeps it out though. Pulled hard into the mid-wicket region. Doesn't bother to move, but that one will go across the boundary now. 4 runs.
Yes, a loose delivery there to Durham, who swiveled into his wicket onto the back foot and pulled it through mid-wicket. There's no one out on the mid-wicket boundary. And the ball whizzed away for 4. In fact, it has gone all the way on top of the mound. And so far, the chief wicket taker for Nevis looking fairly innocuous. The batsman there, they have been playing him well. They have been keeping him out. They have been getting runs off of him. And the Nevis searching for the 5th wicket.
I see Tuckett speaking to him with a bit of demonstrations. Probably told him we're bowling too short. Into the onside, a little leg glance by Miller. 1-1.
Seems as though Colin Archibald has been off the field for some time now for Nevis. So obviously, he's not available to bowl immediately. He's not on the field at the moment.
A big hit straight out to the man at long off.
Dome seems to be opening up his shoulders a bit now. It's been in a while and no doubt a lot more comfortable. And has really picked up the pace of the pitch, which has been fairly docile.
Michael to Miller, full toss. Yes, no then yes, as that ball wasn't fielded cleanly. Drive through your onside. Go, he says. We only want 1. And they're settling for 2.
Well, they're not settling. 4 is being signaled. Ball has crossed the boundary. So runs coming rather easily for St. Maarten. They have now gone on to 124 for 4. Adjustment to the field.
And he doesn't move. 4 runs. Struck with confidence, Daniel Durham.
The shot has taken him into the 40s. Miller is on 36.
Very interesting panel being built here by these two. So we have additional protection over there, Jet Carmichael. This one hit just over the inner field. didn't go as big as he wanted to because there are 2 men placed out there now. .41 from 53. That's Daniel Durham, top scorer so far, taking on the responsibility of trying to draw this game.
I'm sure the St. Maarten team beginning to believe now that they could salvage something out of this game. Good partnership building, captain in to the 40s on 41 and Miller on 36.
And for example, he's showing Miller that you don't have to take many risks, but you can still score and stay in. Ooh, that one looped up. Clark couldn't reach it, but it looked like a half chance.
Might have been just been pads.
Sounded like he shot the bat, but we can only speculate from here on. Attempted sweep shot. But this time struck on the pad, went on leg. The bowler didn't even ask. Not out. Amory. Driving, on drive, present drive, time for a single. On to 42. One 30 for 4. Showing the bando, and he goes back on his back foot. This time front foot defensive. Last ball of the over. Back and blocks. Over ends. Not as successful as he was in the first innings. Only 1 wicket to his name so far.
Yes, and the batsmen, they're looking very comfortable at the moment. And they almost seem to be impenetrable. The defense, that is. Nevis, although they're still ahead of the game, they certainly would be hoping to pick up a wicket or two sooner rather than later.
Well, they had 2 opportunities. Tuckett himself put down Miller, a sharp catch at the wicket, but it was a big edge. And prior to that, Dunham had a life, compliments Tijari Clark. So they were looking for the next one to grab onto it. A belated appeal that Skettle has nothing to do with.
I think the Nevis players, they're just pleading for anything at this point. They're desperately in need of a wicket at this stage.
We saw a similar scene when St. Maarten was in the field. They would ask for anything and ask anybody. Oh, and he's out this time.
Against the run of play. That was a short delivery, innocuously short. And he played it to the man who dropped him before, Tijari Clark, and he fumbled. He almost dropped it again. Oh, my goodness. But that's certainly against the run of play. That wicket going down. So perhaps the door being open here for Nevis. They do have a cushion of a massive, 170 runs in front still. So I don't think that it's a question of the losing this game. It's just a question of whether or not they could dismiss St. Maarten before the day is over. But very important wicket going down. The captain, Durham, who was batting well, probably losing concentration. It was a very short delivery.
Could have placed it anywhere.
Anyway, he spun into him. And he just gave catching practice to Tijari Clark, who is at short mid-wicket. So, there you have it. Players are having a drink. The new batsman is going out. Looks like Harris.
Had put together, stitch together a good partnership of 68. Now broken. Now Harris and Miller will have to do the same. And it's getting close to tea time as well. 10 more minutes. We get about maybe 3-4 overs of spin. So the field doesn't change much. Slip is in. Silimidan is in. Carmichael to the new man. Turned all along the ground. Flicked into the onside. 1-1 immediately. For 22 is Carmichael. Tapped it into the onside. Thought of a single, then changed his mind. Smothering defense from Miller. Now he look a little more less aggressive, trying to choose his selective shots. Earlier in the season, it looked like he was going after everything, but after Daniel Durham spoke to him, he calmed down quite a bit.
So, that's the end of that over.
We are approaching an interval. It should be tea time in the next few minutes. Amory, with just 1 wicket to his name. We'll try again. He picked up about 3 in the first innings.
Thing is, the gate has been opened a bit, so who knows?
There they go again, asking for a run out or a stumping, but the batsman did not move.
Yes, and if Harris is going to play like that, well, he's giving Amory a good chance of picking up a second wicket.
Being called down to be spoken to by Miller. Same message that Daniel Durham gave him.
Well, whatever he said, he certainly evoked a laugh from Carmichael and Clark.
Yeah, those two were eavesdropping on the conversation. And they were whispering, so the feelers heard what was said and found it quite amusing. But after a big swipe from his first delivery, he has chosen to play defensively. Instructions from Miller. A quicker one from Ambry. Harris jams down at it, gets it out to the offside, nothing doing. Again, he's forward defensive, smothering the ball. No chance of spin. Well, the silly mid-on comes over to silly point.
You know, if I was me, I would have been floating every delivery up to Harris in this over. Even though Miller had gone down and spoken to him, I would have been trying to tempt him to go for a big shot. And every delivery in the over, I would have bowled to him, I would have been floating it up. I have rules to play with. I'm opted to push it through on the other hand.
Well, let's see if Carmichael now can tease Miller back into some injudicious shots. Drive all along the ground. Clark is there. Turn into the onside. Play the football there, right on Busu. No one.
See, Carmichael is floating it up, and Miller has become overly cautious.
He has had instructions from his captain.
Carmichael, of course, doing the right thing, approaching T.
He's floating it up, inviting Miller to go for the drive, but Miller is not being enticed. This patience is required all day, Miller, all day, not just for 4 balls, 5 balls. Six balls at the over.
Umpire stands there, he waits. Umpire Joseph, obviously their watch is a bit ahead of ours, and probably trying to see if there's enough time for another over. Obviously there is. Umpire Joseph is in place, and we should have at least another over before tea. Of course, the umpires do not rely on us for time. They have their watches synchronized, and they go by their time.
Yeah, the umpire getting ready, taking on all of our accoutrements, hats, caps, etc., etc. And we will try once again. Well, a bit too fast is Amory, and Harris is obliging to block him out, and just now driving for the first time. No more wild swings. Leaves that one outside off stop, but it spins away. This time a little slow one, but blocked nonetheless. Smothered by Harris. Playing for a draw. That's the first one that looked a little dangerous in pushing that ball just beyond Clark. Blocking it this time. Last ball of the over. Edge going between, gone down from the hands of Busu. And there they go for tea.
Yeah, so at TE 132 for 5, St. Maarten still trying to erase some 300 runs that they have been in arrear. And just a quick look at the score, 103 for 10 all out. St. Maarten batting first, Nevis 403 for 7, present 132 for 5. Tea is being taken, and we'll be back here in another 20 minutes or so to resume. Good afternoon from Waterpark once more, and the final session of this match. Nevis coming up against St. Maarten. St. Maarten 132 for 5. Nevis a lead of some 300 runs on first innings, which means that the St. Maarten team is 168 runs adrift of the deficit. And of course, Nevis looking to take 5 wickets if they are to win this one. So, just 2 possible results at the moment. Draw for St. Maarten or a win for Nevis. And for Nevis to get a win, they would have to pick up some 5 wickets. St. Maarten, on the other hand, they just have to bat out the day without losing all their wickets. And that indeed would be a tall task, but one never knows. It's cricket we are playing and anything goes. So the Nevis team is out there. And let's see. Michael will start from the media center end. Looking to get the feelers in place at the moment. You see Forbes running into a point position. Nesbitt is calling from off the boundary. He goes into mid-off for the left-handed Harris. And we are off. Forward goes Harris. Gets it into the onside, no run. Tossed up, Harris quietly forward. Weather has remained perfect all day. I did not risk asking Al for weather report today. Yesterday, true to form, I did, and he predicted no rain, but rain came, so I just gave him a chance to regroup a bit. So I didn't really press him for weather report today, but it has remained fine. We haven't had no interruption. Blue skies ahead. And we seem set for a full session. In the air, momentarily dropping short of Clark, who is at, I wouldn't call it a forward short leg, short mid-on. A bit too deep. Stretching well forward this time is Harris and middles it. So a quiet start to things after tea. Miller would be looking to resettle. He is on 36, Harris is on 2. He drives and it eludes Clark. They are thinking of a run. And in the end decided against it. So first over after tea maiden. And it's 132 for 5 St. Maarten.
We blame all the inaccuracies of the weather report on the unpredictability of Hurricane Melissa. So things have gone back to normal now. Melissa is tracking further north as she has done tremendous damage in Jamaica. And the tail end of Melissa is most thousands of miles away from St. Nevis.
I think I saw something where they say a tropical rain in the area might bring some possible showers and thunderstorms. Is there any truth to that? Is it not our area? Do we expect deterioration in the weather over the next couple of days, or we could expect good weather going forward, Al?
I've been here all day with you also. I haven't gone back to the office to get the latest weather report, but
Well, I would have. It's something I would have seen. I think early this morning. And that's no excuse, Al. You have your phone. Nowadays.
A BlackBerry.
Yes, based on technology nowadays, information is always at one's fingertip once they have access to the internet. Quick single there. So the first run after tea. Well, I don't know what version of BlackBerry you have, Al, but that doesn't really look like a BlackBerry. Kept out there by Harris. It goes into the offside. But St. Maarten certainly, they've gone past their first inning score, so far so good. Much better showing.
But we can take that out of the equation now. The score. It's not a matter of batting for time.
Well, I always felt that it was out of the equation once Nevis had put on massive lead of some 300 runs. I mean, you struggle to make 300 runs in a day's play, never mind how long it is. Beaten outside the off stump. But to have to make 300 runs and then make enough to put the other team into bat in what was virtually 2 sessions. Because, of course, Nevis declared just on the stroke of lunch, just allowing, well, not quite on the stroke of lunch, the 10 minutes were taken in between innings, but they just allowed 1 over before lunch, so it was virtually 2 sessions available to make those 300 runs and put something on the board for Nevis to bat again. So it was always a question of one of 2 results, either a draw or Nevis winning this game by bowling out St. Maarten. So still a number of players off the field for Nevis. Still a number of emergency fielders out there. Solomon is there still. Wilkinson is also out there. And we have not seen Colin Archibald, who went out before, and he came back, had a spell, picked up a wicket after lunch, but we have not seen him. We have not seen Ross Powell for the duration of this St. Maarten's innings. So it's pushed into the offside by Miller. Miller seemed to have gone a bit quiet early at the start of his innings. We saw him going for some big shots. But since Durham has departed, he's probably carrying the responsibility. And he's looking to play a bit more orthodox at this point. Not looking for anything extravagant. Of course, he has tasted the responsibility being the captain of the Leeward Islands on the 19 team. So no doubt looking to shoulder some responsibility out there for his adopted team, St. Maarten. This one is swept away. In fact, he doesn't time it as he would have liked. Was looking to sweep it fine, but got it square of the wicket. And he picked up a single.
Well, Durham spoke to him, and since then he has been quite sedate, quiet down, and he even went down to speak to Harris, who came out in a sort of extravagant mood.
This pushes down to long and for a single. track has played well. It's still a very good batting track. And tomorrow they go right into another 2 day of matches starting, and that could be tabbed as the big one. Think it's coming up against Antigua Barbuda. Draws back and forces into the offside. Kimani Nisbet feels there's no run. The over comes to an end.
Well, we haven't heard much from the other games, but we suspect that Antigua has overhauled the Munster total by now. At the end of play yesterday, they were 120 without loss, chasing 224. Meanwhile, down in St. Paul's, St. Kitts dismissed Anguilla, and the overnight total 122. They took a lead of 42 into their second innings, batted for a while, made 188 for 8 declared, and now trying to press home an advantage, with Anguilla being 33 for 3 at the tea time interval. So again, that situation is either a St. Kitts win or a game draw if Anguilla can hold on for the remaining time in this the final day's play.
Amri's continuing from the far end. Stay down towards third man. And the single to Harris. So Harris certainly has become since spoken to by his partner Miller. Takes him on the body, probably the midriff. Peel goes up, but obviously too high. That one seemed to have caught him in two minds, or perhaps a bit of turn there from Amri, drawing a sort of hot shot. But I'm looking to make further inroads into the St. Martin's batting there.
Yeah, slow it down a tad. Got some bounce and turn from a slow one, and that encouraged him to slow it down. So he's trying to tweak it now.
This one is driven back to Amri, who fields to his own bowling. So good resistance being shown here by Miller. He's pulling and pulling nicely. It goes down to Jamie Cornelius, who's on the backward square boundary, and just a single. So Michael goes in now, tosses up. Miller is not tempted. gets it out to backward point and picks up a run. In the air, out. Against the run of play. He was rather sedate. He was been keeping out the good deliveries and then probably held back a bit there by Carmichael and the batsman into the shot too early, and it was Tijari Clark taking a second catch, so he has had a hand in the last 2 wickets falling there at that position at a very short mid-on, and Harris makes his way back. So pretty quick breakthrough for Nevis after the interval.
Yes, it took them some 20 minutes before they could see the back of one of the batsmen out there. They were prepared to bat out, it seems, taking their own time and blocking, being very defensive. But on that occasion, I think Harris was outfoxed by Carmichael, pulled it back a bit, so by the time he was sure the shot, the ball hadn't reached his head. It resulted in just looping up the ball for Clark to take a dolly catch his second after dropping one. So it's now 138 for 6, 4 more wickets to go. And then Maarten will think about batting for next 2 hours and 10 minutes.
You see, Colin Archibald is out there. So he's back on the field. And no doubt he is ensuring that he's there available if his captain needs him to bowl. He's one of the leading bowlers in the Nevis team, of course. So he's back on the field, and of course the other opening bowler Willett is out there. So Nevis would have their full complement of bowlers at the moment. You have not seen Busu bowl in this match so far, but it's Israel Maarten who goes out, and we saw he's batting rather low. He's down at number 8, but we saw a good knock from him in the first innings, and he batted quite well and was rather aggressive. So back and whips it into the onside of the mark immediately.
But a moment like this calls for longevity, stick-to-itiveness, and staying long in the wicket rather than aggression. So let's see if we can change molds.
Outside the off stump, to the keeper. Not only longevity, but of course sensibility. The batsman would have to bat sensibly at this point. Punched up to good work. The Tijari Clark, the return breaks the stumps, the appeal go up, and in the end, the batsman seemed to have regained his ground. So it's all happening here at Warner Park. Nevis would have gotten the breakthrough they would have been hoping for, and certainly would like to get another one at this point.
They need 4 more. But take them one at a time.
Right. Yes, and there's a reason why you say that. Miller has been batting well. He is on 40. And we have seen that Israel Maarten is a very capable batsman. And these two could very well hold up Nevis, and who knows, could send Maarten very close to saving this game. So Nevis, if they're to win this one, they need to get rid of one of these as quickly as possible. So 2 right-handers at the crease right now. There we go. Israel Maarten is not wasting any time.
That was his favorite shot from the first innings. So he was going over Cow corner, but there's a man out there waiting for him. So he's trying to keep it on the ground, but cannot beat shot with wicket.
He's pulling, taking on the pad. The appeal goes up. Oh my goodness! And she's saying high, but how high could that be?
And he go in area, man.
And he's a very short man.
And he was coaching and played the shot.
Well.
Shot him on the box.
I think he might have been a bit lucky there, Israel Maarten. Ill-advised shot, but that's the way he plays.
Well, his jewels of the Nile seem to be damaged a bit.
Well, it seems to be a quick recovery. Oh, he goes wafting at one outside the off stump and missing and through to the keeper. So he's not going to muck around. He's not going to hang around. He's going for his shots. 139 for 6. Sweeping. That must have come from Para Bat. And umpire signals to deliveries left in the over, but it's all happening.
Every ball seems to be something exciting.
Oh, easy going again, sweeping into the onside. And picking up runs.
Maximum before.
We wait for the signal from the umpire. 4 runs. So Israel is going to be Israel today. He's playing his shots. Let's see what he has to pull out of the bag this time. Gets a short one, pulls it away. It's a poor delivery. And so that brings the over to an end. It's now 143 for 6. And we are in for some fun with the way Israel is batting.
Well, it seems as if he has a different plot. He's going to knock out the 300 ones all by himself. They're 147, 143 away.
153, you make it.
153, correct.
Surprisingly, Miller has not gone down to have a word with Maarten as yet.
No, he is coming.
He's coming, but Maarten is not batting at this point. He's the one who's facing.
Just to encourage him to bat on. That wasn't a serious discussion.
It seems as though he's prepared to allow Maarten to play his game as he knows best. Oh, here goes. Well taken there by Cornelius coming from off the boundary. My word. Against the run of play. And it's as if these batsmen have decided that they can't win. So they're going to have some fun. They're going to play some shots. And just against the run of play, the way Miller has been batting, he has, since he has come out after he has been rather sedate. And he was going for a big one. And Cornelius ran in from off the boundary and took a very good catch. And he took it fairly low to the ground. And excellent work there by Cornelius. So 7 wickets going down now for St. Maarten, 147 for 7.
Certainly 147 for 7. Nevis with a look in through the gate now, with Milligan, who was batting so well. Just the tail to come. The number 9 batsman coming in here now. And I don't know what he said to Israel Morton, but for him to speak to him and then go for a shot like that when he was playing defensively all along and keeping out Carmichael.
Well, I suspect he told him, let's have some fun. Because Israel Morton came in and he was playing his shots and he did not go down as he did to Harris and try to temper him. And then immediately after having a conversation, he went for a big one. So obviously they were planning to be aggressive and to fight fire with fire, if you want to call it that. But here's an opportunity for young batsmen to have some time in the middle, get a good knock, post a confidence boosting score that could serve them well in the future. In fact, they would be playing tomorrow. Final matches starting tomorrow and goes on to Saturday. To the matches, Antigua St. Kitts would be here at Warner Park.
I think they're up against Anguilla.
And St. Maarten comes up against Anguilla. In Conway, Nevis goes to St. Paul's to play Montserrat. The first time Nevis playing down there in the tournament. He is, oh my goodness, he falls. He's looking for a run. The run was on, but Israel Morton decided that he did not want that run. He sent him back. That's only the run was on. But I guess he's counting balls and he's thinking in terms of holding on to the strike for the next over.
It's quite early to do that because Jaden has about at least 3 more balls to Jeton Edwards.
Yes, so. In fact, it's the keeper. Tuck it to run a good way down to short fine leg to retrieve that ball. Jeton Edwards forward, defense. Jeton Edwards, of course, the brother of Nathan Edwards. Seems to be younger than Nathan. Stretching well forward. He's a tall lad.
Yeah, that's what Jaden and Carmichael will be doing. Push it up there, push it up there, push it there, and pull it back a bit. Too much, too short, outside our stump.
So that over comes to an end. And it's 147 for 7. So Israel Morton will face up. And we could be in for some fun this over.
Will there more fireworks watching a man march back to the pavilion? We had 2 boundaries in the last over. A sweep shot and a pull shot off of Amri. Amri has slowed it down and he shouldn't try to speed it up to save runs. Runs is not a factor.
I think he's lucky to be there still. Very confident appeal for leg before. The umpire indicating that it was too high. Struck him in the box going down. But who knows? He's in a better position. She's level with the batsman. So
and she's seen the turn and bounce.
Obviously, she's better placed to see what's going on down there than I am. swinging. And jog trots through for a run. So immediately giving the strike over to Jayton Edwards.
Two close infielders for Jayton Edwards, and the field tend to tighten. They're all coming up, trying to pressure him. In fact, they've been another one in a catching position.
Well, you have the slip, the silly point, the foul short leg, and then Fabs goes to a very short and straightish mid-on. And then there's a very short mid-wicket.
So it's a tight inner wing, trying to get rid of Jayton Edwards.
Fended the first delivery from Unaji Amri and settles once more. Oh, he's leaving alone outside the off stump. Some chicken goes across the side screen at the far side. But this 40 goes. Keeps it out. 151 for 7, 150 coming up.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. This one is 200 and something. This one is 200 and something.
Oh, and is he out, is he? Yes, he is. Playing it to forward shortly, and Jamie Cornelius accepting the catch quite gleefully. And 8 wickets down now for 148 St. Maarten. So St. Maarten really up against it, 8 wickets down. And just another 2 weeks for Nevis to wrap this thing up. And all of a sudden the wickets just are tumbling.
And expose his tail to Amory, just what he wanted. Typical off spinner's ball, biting into him, prod forward, taking the edge, popping up, and the man right there in forward shot leg just took an easy catch.
I think the Maarten brothers are at the crease at the moment. I think that's Samuel Maarten at the crease. Told that the parents are from Nevis originally. There might be a possibility that they might be related to Unaka Maarten.
Yes, we got that from the interview, interviewing the coach, and he was pointing out that in this tournament they're looking to learn and develop, and they have a perfect opportunity to learn and develop in this situation. But we didn't see a lot of application. You may have to have a long talk with some of them. Miller in particular. Can't blame Harris too much. He was outfoxed. Can't blame Singh too much. He misjudged one. And they're asking, and Israel Morton goes. So it's now 9.
Rather injudicious shot playing across the line of that one. And looking to swing into the onside. He missed it completely. And was struck in front. And even before the finger went up, the head of umpire Skekel was bobbing up and down. And you know, once that head starts to bob up and down, it spells the end for the batsman. So Morton has to make his way back. And really and truly, they're really folded here. I thought we were in for at least another half an hour, but at this point, it seems as though it could be well be over when it's over.
Well, Jaden Carmichael has that opportunity to pick up 5. He has 4 for 20 odd now, 24 for 27. He has 4 balls in which to, as we would say in local parlance, deal with this number 11 bat. That's Ramraj. A friendly gesture going on over there as Ramraj is being hugged on all the way in the wicket.
Well, you know, Onasiam is really the comedian of the group.
Yes, we've been hearing his mouth all day.
Yes, and he gets on with everyone, all, you know, opposition team members and all that. And probably giving young Ramraj a bit of a ribbon there. But all in good spirit, the game played in good spirit, and this is what we like to see.
Oh, way too wide under the occasion by Janan. Wasted ball. Wish you could get that one back. You have 3 more balls to power this wicket in this over and get yourself a 5 for before Onaje Amwe picks up the last one. Your chance, young man.
I think at this point, the main thing for Nevis is that they get rid of this last play as quickly as possible. It doesn't really matter too much who gets the last wicket.
Just saying, for statistical purposes.
Well, it would be good for the young man to get a 5-4.
Mm-hmm.
Not doubting that, but we've seen so
More
often.
important factor is to get the wicket, period. Plan B.
That one missing leg for sure. It was the arm ball going the other way, and certainly would have missed leg. But lots of time left in this game today still.
For Nevis to get 1 wicket. St. Maarten steering the feet by innings. As we have the number 9 and the number 11 batsmen in, Samuel Morton and Ramraj. They're not very known for staying long in the wicket. An opportunity to learn and develop, the coach said. We want to see learning, we want to see developing. We haven't seen much of that, and so they're going to take lessons from today into tomorrow's game in the play against Anguilla. A drive out to in the offside, out to Colin Archibald. Maarten pulls away. Keeps out the first two dot balls.
Kept them out quite nicely too. Looks good. Samuel Maarten.
Blocks into the hands of Cornelius. We have a slip and a leg slip, and still two silly feelers. And still a short, very, very short mid-on. Edge tipped, and then the second effort dropped. A tough one. And that was off of the swashing bat. It took the edge.
I think it was because of his height. He's the tallest man out there, about 6'5".
Yes.
He was able to get both hands to it and almost brought off another stunner.
And I think they were claiming that one played too and didn't hold on to it. Fell and broke the stumps. Samuel Maarten surviving. Straightening up again, end of the over.
Opportunity now for Michael to pick up a 5-4.
Plan B. Plan A, anybody pick up the wicket. Plan B, Michael to pick up a fifth. We've forgotten about the score now. It's just a matter of when. 148 for 9.
I don't think it was ever a matter of the score. With a deficit of 300 runs.
3 close-in fielders and one man at short, very, very short extra cover. For the missed time drive or push. Slip, swing it off, swing it on. Carmichael. Forward defensive goal run match. Pays no mind to those close-in fielders. Keeping his bat straight as an arrow. Can Carmichael outfox him? Or force him into error? Here he comes again. Forward defensive. Survive 2 balls.
Ramaz is looking good so far. He's middling everything and defending well. So seems as though he still has designs on drawing this one.
Well, he had a long talk with Israel Motor when he came in. And a humorous banter with Onanje Amory. Just about to successfully defend another over from Carmichael. Hits it down to back of the square. They don't take the single. Maarten doesn't trust him against Amory.
Well, Maarten refused that single. Maarten probably telling him, well, I came in ahead of you, so I'm saying it to you. But so far, Maarten has looked the more vulnerable of the two batsmen to me. And we just have to wait and see how he handles Amri. But certainly Raj has been handling the bat well. He's been solid. He's playing with the full face of the bat, defending well, which is what is required at this point. And but Maarten denying him his first run.
Yes, Maarten had a half chance to a tough one to slip, one very high. The tall man went about maybe 8 feet or more. Up. 6 and 2, 8 and some. Over 8 feet that ball flew. But using his height well, Bush was able to get to it and made a second effort, but just couldn't reach it. They're set now. I'm able to go again for defenses back down the track. Ball of full delivery, almost a full toss. Pats it into the extra cover region. There's Colin Archibald. 148 for 9. There's one going down the leg side. Again, he refuses the single.
It was Ramraj who refused it this time. He sent him back. So Ramraj was paying him back some of his own.
You stay up there, I'll stay down here. Amory again. Interview over. Back to Carmichael.
And Ramraj will have the strike.
No, 80 points. Here goes Carmichael. Doesn't deliver. Dead ball, signal. A big hit, straight hit. That's 4.
So Ramraj showing some aggression and opening his shoulders. And certainly his shoulders are broad.
Well, something's certainly going on down there because Amber is on the ground, rolling in laughter. Awesome. Pulls back his leg a bit this time. Ramraj doesn't fall for it, he blocks it into the offside. Carmichael again. He goes, I attempted something, but Ramraj is there, he's home. No appeal. Opportunity going to begin. And the batsman jogged too. disappointment being expressed by Amri in a jovial manner. As that one eluded the man there. He looked at a substitute fielder, is it?
No, that's Shelton
Oh,
Fabs.
that's Fabs. Outside our stump. Not bothered by Ramraj. But Fabs is getting it from Amri for having missed that chance. Played out to Kimani in this bit. End of the over.
So Ramraj survives. He struck a boundary in that over. A good shot. It was struck straight. Down to straight long off for 4. Came close to giving a catch to Shelton Fabs, who was at short mid-wicket. So he lives to fight another day and showing Maarten why he should put some confidence in him. He can keep an end going.
Driving out to the man there at mid-off, and he looked as if he was blocking the ball and tempting them to run, pushed it away from him. I was like a cat with a rat. Amri once more. And pushed it. It's all over now. He pushed it in the hands of Clark. It was now 4 catches, dropped 1, taken 4. End of the game.
Yes, a quicker delivery there from Amri. Surprised the batsman with not only the quickness of that delivery, but there was some turn also. And the number 10 batsman he could not keep it out and keep it down, and played it straight to Clark at forward short leg. And he has been dismissed. So the match has come to an end, and with a deficit of 300 runs, the St. Maarten team, they would have lost by some innings and some 146 runs, giving Nevis an outright victory. So St. Maarten's senior men are 103 for 10. Nevis in response 403 for 7 with 100 from Archibald, 125 from Colin Archibald. And now we have St. Maarten being bowled out for 154 with good scores for St. Maarten. Let's see, that of course is the first inning score, but I'll take a look at the second innings. We had good scores from Miller. And I'm just trying to get the score sheet sorted out. But certainly St. Maarten going down and losing badly to Nevis. And a much better showing in the second innings, but nevertheless still not the sort of performance they would have hoped for. So we come here tomorrow for what could be considered to be the decisive match of the tournament. I'll mention the possibility of no result, but we are hoping that the weather remains fine and that we'll have 2 full days of cricket tomorrow and Saturday. And just to tell you the other matches, St. Maarten takes on Anguilla at Connery, and Nevis goes to St. Paul's to play Montserrat in the today encounter, and we have Antigua and Barbuda playing St. Kitts tomorrow. So scores again: St. Maarten 103 all out, and Nevis in response 403 for 7 declared, and St. Maarten batting a second time 1-5-4 all out, which meant that they would have lost by an innings and 146 runs. And we'll be back tomorrow to bring you further coverage, but that's it from us here this evening from Warner Park. So good evening to all our viewers.